Well, good morning. Well, guess it's afternoon now here where I live. Welcome in. It has felt like it's been a long time since we've had a chance to stream, even though I think it was Friday. We had so much trouble with the sim on Friday that I had to just stop the stream because what we ended up doing, and I have flown that flight since, is actually restart the computer and then everything behaved. So that was Friday. This flight flew. We attempted Wednesday, got about halfway, and we experienced the device error, whatever the heck it's called. The video's still on Twitch for a few more days. Um, And I thought I was doing a preemptive strike by turning zinc on. No, now it's turned off. Now I have not tested this since. Fingers crossed and all of that good stuff that will make it this time to Manila. Really thought about pushing it all the way to Bali there in Indonesia, but I think I'm going to cut it off just to be safe and to help a little bit on my recovery here. Still allergies plagued or cold or all of the above. But hey, welcome to spring. Those of you down south know more about pollen than we'll ever know up here in the Midwest. So, but anyway, again, welcome into Flying with Mike. You kind of got a feel of what we're doing. We have the Rotate MD-80 on the line, passenger version. And we're taking off from Osaka, Japan, for, as I mentioned, Manila, Philippines. Hopefully, we'll make it this time. Kind of call it take two. So, but anyway, I hope this will be a good, intuitive, instructional flight. I've been asked to do it cold and dark again, so I will. And we'll see how it transpires. So, again, also, one other note before we get into the cockpit, it is Palm Sunday. Those who know the full meaning behind this day, this would be Jesus's last entrance, so to speak, into Jerusalem before his crucifixion later this week, as we remember it. What I mean, it's really Jesus knew all of this was coming, knew this is what had to happen. Wow. And if you didn't catch the verse of the day, which you know what, I did not change anywhere. Ah, shame on me. Did it where I needed to, but forgot everywhere else. And I'm going to read that verse here since I have it up, but let me get it changed out real quick. And the title, Holy Mackerel. I am, I've been away from it for what, couple of days, and like I've forgotten what I'm doing here. Man, and I had everything up to do this. That's what's hilarious. Bear with me one more second, because they're going to be firing here any minute. There we go. At least we got those. Now I can work on the others while I talk to you. So, but yeah, this would have been Jesus's last triumphal. It really was triumphal into Jerusalem. The people of Israel they knew they had their Messiah, but they were expecting a total different Messiah, one to come in and rid Rome from them. Oh no, he was here to rid sin. Each and every one of us has sin. Don't even think you're immune to it because you're not. And he was here to eradicate sin um, and show us our shortcomings. So that's what Palm Sunday is. Matter of fact, the prophet Daniel has a very poignant prophecy. Very, it takes a little bit to do the math, but it adds up to the day Jesus walked into Jerusalem on a donkey, on a colt, uh, the last time. So, but today's verse goes like this. There it is. Say to the daughter of Zion, behold, your king is coming to you, humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a beast of burden. That comes from um, in Matthew's book of what transpired during Palm Sunday and Holy Week as we start in Matthew 21, verse 5. Um, yeah, there's a lot that will go on in the week if you are avid readers and learned persons of the Bible. So, um, and it all culminates Friday with the crucifixion. But the good news is, uh, 3 days later, he would, as he and many prophets prior to him, would raise from the dead, defeating, paying the sin debt, defeating death, and rising to be at the right hand of God Almighty. Mm. And that anyone who says his name shall bow. Wow. So, what a day. All right, so let's get into this. Again, we're flying from Osaka to Manila in the Philippines. You know, I so much want to just add the tag to it, but I am doing everything I can not to. But this is the Rotate MD-11 passenger version. So what I'm going to do here is, like I said, we are going to do it cold and dark. Normally, I'll show you what I normally do, but I will take it cold and dark. Okay. All right. When you come into the aircraft, work your way over to the EFB. It's right on the pilot's left-hand side. Captain's left-hand side. Let's get that squared away. This is a two-man crew, not a three-man, like many of the planes in that era could be in the heavy side. The DC-10, which this is just a bigger version of it, along with more fuel efficiencies and more capabilities. But they pulled the third man, the flight engineer, out. All right, so when you come to the EFB, click the little power button. Powers just this up. Now you can make your selections how you want over here. We're not going to go into them, although most of them make sense if you know, follow flight simming in any way or aviation in any way. However, what we're going to do is come over here. We're going to click cold and dark, but normally I would click parked with external power. The difference between these two is about 2 switches. And another place we have to go on the EFB. I know, that's all it really is. And people, oh, you got to start them cold and dark. No, you don't. But we're going to do it for y'all today. So we just click cold and dark, go to ground ops, request the power. If you'd have done the other, you'd have already had this on. And, excuse me, you would have already have power on the plane. So you come over here, open the guard for the battery, turn it. It's on now. Close the guard. That makes two clicks before it actually does anything. Okay, and then hit your external power. Guess what? That's all there is, folks, in the difference. So you saved about a minute or two. I get it. But overall, You never know. Now, there are some steps we have skipped, but I wanted to at least get the plane powered up, getting it ready for action. Okay, we're not going to continue on with final cockpit preparations. We're going to get flight preparations. Where am I getting this? When you purchase the freighter, the passenger, or if you go out and get them both, um, you're going to have a tutorial flight in it. First and foremost, I highly recommend flying that flight at least twice. First time by the numbers given through the tutorial and the checklist that comes in the tutorial folder or in the manuals with the tutorials. That's the checklist I go from. First flight, fly it by all the numbers. Okay. Second flight. Yeah, I know you're going, oh, that's so boring. I already know what I'm going to do. No, you don't. Because the second flight, if you felt comfortable after that first one with it, if not, I'll show you another trick. Come back on this second flight, change the numbers to your numbers. And that's what we're kind of doing today. So your payload, now granted, this is freight, but passenger, take it right from SimBrief, stick them in, and go from there. Fly the flight out. Yeah, some of it will be the same, some of it won't. And you're going to begin to learn this plane. Third flight, pick a place and pick numbers and go from that. Or repeat as often as you need to the tutorial to grasp this airplane. Is it hard? In my opinion, no. In other people's opinion, yes. Um, but I want you to look, if you haven't been really studying this on your screen, you're looking at a very similar looking setup in another type of aircraft, Airbus. Look very carefully now that I've tipped you. There's one of your first clues how to fly this plane. Don't fly it like an Airbus. You will have to fly it like an MD-11, but you can prepare it like an Airbus, and you're going to find there's a lot of similarity here. Oh, there's a couple McDonnell Douglas deals in here. There isn't much Boeing at all in this because it ain't a Boeing product. So it's a McDonnell Douglas inherited into Boeing's fleet of aircraft. Okay, so we just mentioned it. So let's go over here and let's begin getting ready to do the filling in the blanks here. However, what the heck are we going to be flying? So let's find out. Let's go over to SimBrief. Well, we're going to do the Sim Toolkit to find this out. Okay. All right, Sim Toolkit, kick your load sheet. If you've got SimBrief tied in and you've generated your flight plan, this will come to you. So we got a payload of 50,920 pounds. Pretty cool. And if you're into kilograms world, there it is across the way. We're going to load 74,000 pounds of fuel. 268 brave souls flying with us today. Hopefully, we will make it to Manila and not have a software issue. Or worse. And we're going to fly pretty much the same route. The Tiger 2 AWAJI to the Y232 to Cree, V53 to SUC, B597 to ONC, and so forth into Manila. Currently, we're planning runway 32 left. We'll check winds here in a second. Landing runway 6 in Manila. Again, all of that is dictated by what the winds are. Okay, so out of, lastly, our cost index is 80. This is a big step that I missed on the last flight. I caught it mid-flight, but that did not cause the outage. I'm pretty sure it's because I had zinc on. Go to your graphics page up here. If you go to settings over here, graphics, you'll see zinc as a checkbox. If you're running NVIDIA, I highly recommend turning it off. So cost index 80. And today we're going to fly flight level 380 at TGE, flight level 400. I am not sure where the TGE is. So we'll figure that out en route. Speaking of weather, definitely looks like 32 would be a good departure runway today, considering it's right down the runway almost for it. 310 at 5. No sky conditions, probably because it's dark. Dew point, yeah, we could get a little bit of fog in here. We'll see. Down in Manila, we've got a nice warm 86 degrees waiting for us. We got a variable wind. So we'll go ahead, still plan runway 6 and probably just come around for the landing. Instead, well, we may do you'll see what I mean on this. It's to those that fly in Europe, you'll see this and go, oh yeah, we do this all the time. Yeah, and they've got the same setup in Manila. You'll see. All right, so there's our weather. Now, the interesting thing is we have altimeter settings instead of QNH. They're the same. Actually, we got them in both. Oh, wait, that's remarks. Disregard. There's the Qs. Wow. All right, and I haven't fully decided on VATSIM. Hey, Shampoo Flyer, welcome in. All right, so here we go. We're going to give you a couple tips on this page. I'll be honest, I don't understand them, but they are, from what I've been told, very critical. All right, so, and we'll get to it here. Don't worry, I won't forget. I'm kind of a little nervous how low that is, but well, we'll get it. All right, let's get rid of Sim Toolkit. I'm going to work from SimBrief over here, 268. 268. Now we're calling no cargo, so I should be able to say 349,456. Yes. All right. For now, we're done with the payload. We'll come back to payload CG here in a minute. Let's get our fuel in. 74,084. Taxi fuel, I already know, 2,000. That's what SimBrief will always put on this plane. And for your trip fuel, if you're looking at your SimBrief flight plan, it'll be your en route burn, 55,908. Okay, or if you're in kilograms, the equivalent. All right. Now, the reason you want to put your trip fuel in is right above it. Here's tip 1. Check your landing weight. Make sure you're in with the right numbers. Maximum landing weight is 458,000. Guess what? We're well under, we're almost 100,000 pounds under it when we get there. We're not done yet. This is where I think people get into trouble. According to both the tutorial and this checklist, which the tutorial this checklist works straight off the tutorial, your takeoff CG. So that would be, as you look under the graph, the first line on the right side, takeoff CG, 30 to 31%. Again, as I said earlier, don't know why. That's what they tell us. I have never tried going with this. So I just, follow along. So we're going to take it up to 30, at least 30. I'm going to leave it right there. Watch your takeoff CG. You don't want it outside the envelope. So we'll keep it at 30.2. A lot of times I just shoot for the middle, 30.5. You're getting right on that line here. So keep it right there. It, I don't understand what rotate's doing here, but you know what? Probably something I really don't need to understand. Other than follow what they tell us. Okay, last tip. That's the big one. Get that takeoff CG 30 to 31%. Now, the freighter, 9 out of 10 times you'll be able to do it no trouble. Here, it gets a little you're right on the line. So that's why I wish Rotate would kind of give us some clarification, but they don't. And that's fine by me, by the way. All right. My last tip, though, here. Once you've got everything set up, your fuels, your weights, your CG, I recommend clicking Apply Load Configuration to Aircraft and FMC. Once you start programming the FMC/McDo, I'll leave that hang out there. It's going to fill in some of that stuff. Now, you can still run the load. Okay, there is food and services and, oh wait, this won't do like the freighter. So yeah, you'll get the food, you'll get the fuel, but that's all, we're going to get here. On the freighter, you'd get a little eye candy with a little tractor pulling up with 4 containers behind it and a loader pushing them in. Only bad thing is when the loaders and everything disappear, well, so do the cans inside the plane. But the weight remains, even though we all know a lot more is involved. Okay, let me do something here real quick. Oh, crud. Okay, I thought so. All right, you know what? Bear with me. All right, we're gonna toggle the jetway. One thing I really like that Rotate did, the coordinates they put on the door for the jetway to meet up with is the middle one. Door L2, as usually referred to. That way, when you come in, those of us that normally, we're normally in the coach section, so we go right. Oh, but don't cross that curtain going left. Oh my, don't try and take a peek. Yeah, you go right or left. So they keep first class separated from all of those in coach. Oh my goodness. So anyway, sorry, I got to have fun with that. I always love it. And you do not use the lavatories up in the first class section. Do not cross that curtain. Oh boy. The airlines always cracked me up with that. They still do it to this day, by the way. Just not a lot of them have first class on their planes, except for the longer distances. But it is funny. You have to crack up at them. All right, let me go ahead and open up that door. And I'm going to go ahead, toggle fuel, and start the service. We can look. It takes time because basically what they're calling, it's kind of like you go to, I think it's Shift G or Control Shift G. Matter of fact, here they come I think right now. Um, so you're just toggling that, and they take time to get here. You'll first see like a car, and then you'll see maybe a baggage loader, and then Austin Foods will show up to cater the plane. Oh, yeah. You'll either get a fuel truck like that or the bigger one. Oh, here comes the little car, so they're not far away. All right. Again, a little kind of eye candy. It doesn't really do much. All right, so let's continue this. First, I'll click Y for the yoke. Don't need it for now. We'll get to it later into the flight, which we didn't get to earlier. Oh, what do we have? Oh, Punky Cold Dorito, rated with a party of one. Welcome in, folks. Thank you for coming aboard. This is your captain speaking, who is battling allergies or a cold. So do not cross that curtain into first class. But welcome aboard, folks. Thank you so much. And as you can see, the catering truck, I believe, is here. So is the fuel. So, all right. So let's get after it. Okay, following that checklist I told you about, it's in the folders. We want to make sure the cockpit lighting is set to your liking. Okay. It's a little tricky. Okay. I just turned things up for now. And then as we progress into nighttime, which we shouldn't on this flight, but if we do, then I begin to adjust. One more look, see if the caterers have hooked up. Here he comes. Fuel truck's in. And the catering truck is in. And he just hit the ground power unit. You gotta love him. Now, this is something I don't ever remember seeing. The little car coming up and they open their door. I don't think I've ever seen that before, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, there you go. Austin Foods giving us some food and refreshments for our little 4-hour flight. And they're putting fuel into the plane right now. All right, so there you go. Little bit of the fun here. All right, so we want to set the cockpit lighting. Make sure. Let me just kind of get in the middle here. You see how it says terrain fail on both our nav displays? Push the weather button. It should say weather off. And then I also turn them up. Believe it or not, you will see weather on them. We saw some on the last flight, but with 1.4 going from Richmond to Memphis a couple of weeks ago, we went into, and that's when the wicked storms were in the Midwest. Oh my goodness, did that light up the board here? That was really cool. And sorry for the sniffles, folks. I do apologize ahead of time. Okay, fuel, spoilers, flaps, both in the up position, down position for flaps, up for spoiler. Well, anyway, you get it. They're set right. Gear levers down for green. And emergency power's off. All right, let's go to town. Okay, battery is on. Obviously, we have power. APU engine fire checks right up here. And my only critique is, and I don't know if the real plane has this feature or not, but it never says APU fire. See what I mean? Hang on a second. I always forget. I think it's this one. I chose wrong. Okay. What I saw was a light on. That'll do. Okay. So we just did our fire check. All good. Now we have a annunciator light check. I had a hard time finding this. If you look above the windshield wiper switch, lower right hand corner here, straight up is the test for your annunciator lights. I looked and looked and looked and looked and looked. Just very quietly. Oh, yeah. It's always fun. And we're just doing a quick light check so that if any are needed, Sylvania, Phillips, and GE can get extra money for all the bulbs they put in these planes. All right, now cockpit lighting we've already done. Let's get the air or the cockpit APU started. I'm going to start it from here. You can click this button, but went the wrong way. You can also click it here, right under the APU fire T handle. These are the APU switches, so you could have clicked it here. And that will spool up. If you come down to the, you can see it spooling up here as long as you're in engine. All right, and with that coming online, let's go get the IRS up and running. And by the way, those of you in the States, that's not far away. We already done? It looked like we were already done. That's why I had to go check. All right. Let's get back up here and now let's go up because it's going to trigger the cargo fire test. And then you can do the rest. Go ahead and check the CVR while we're here. Everything else looks good. Again, Airbus, if you aren't familiar with the Airbus setup of a panel, dark lights when systems are on are good. Like right now, it's saying they're in fault. When the pumps come on, they'll go out and we'll be fine. Okay. Now with that, let's, oh, I forgot the emergency power switch to arm. APU's on, so we'll hit the APU bleed and wait for all three packs to come alive. All right, so the air portion is set. So is the electric. Okay, now we'll come down, start setting up our FMC. Okay, April 17th will be our next update, which is in 4 days. All right, let's put in our route. We're in RJOO, and we're going to RPLL. Always double check the formatting. Okay. I've got a company route in here to help us out. I don't have the alternate route in here, but alternate today I think is the same. Clark. Yep. Clark Airfield. Many of you who are still with us from Vietnam and the Cold War know Clark quite well. That was a big place in history where a lot of stuff originated to go into Vietnam. All right, hang on. I'm getting the alignment information. Airport, parking spots and cords. How about spot 20? 3447.5 north. 47.5. Cool. 135.26.2. Cool. The coordinates look good. Let's go ahead and initialize. Pause ref. And back we go. Flight plan for today. Papa Alpha Alpha 724. And at this point, I'm gonna hold. I want to make sure. Yeah, we're gonna hold. Now, I've done a few things extra, but I'm leaving the meat and potatoes here until we're fully aligned. All right, next up on the list, if you're at it, we're at item 10, if you're following along in your brochure. No. Hydraulic test. Click hydraulics. Anyone seeing a similarity here to Airbus? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what we're doing is just doing some checks here. It's mostly internal, but I do it because it's on the checklist. If you skipped it, I don't think the plane would fall out of the sky, but you never know. But give it a second. It's going to start charging up 3. You'll start seeing some lights show up here in a minute. There it goes. And then it'll fire up 1, fire up 2, and then go through its cycle. The good thing is we can move on because we've actually got quite a bit to do. I just want to watch. There it goes. Okay, and that looks good. And our quantities look good. All right, let's come down to the all-important radios, especially if you're going to be on VATSIM. Set this VHF2 to 121.5. For a second there, I thought things came in right. I guess I lied. All right, 132 or 122.800. Now, what I've set are the minimum. Okay, this is 122.8, if you're not familiar with VATSIM, is Unicom at a lot of the little airports out there. And some of the majors that the airlines would call in with, I need 18 million wheelchairs and this, and we've got a very disgusting cabin from all the throwing up. I've heard this, folks, so maybe not the millions of wheelchairs, but they'll actually call ahead so that to their receptive. So, but anyway, 122.8 is that kind of frequency. In VATSIM, it is where we go when we don't have ATC. So we land, we'll take off everywhere but the US, Canada, Mexico, and the Caribbean. Those 4 locations, you'll actually go to the common traffic frequency. By the way, most of the time, if it's a towered airport, it is a tower frequency. I say it that way because the big airports may have multiple tower frequencies, so that's when it gets a little tricky. Okay, so we got the frequency set. Next, on your X-Pilot, in to connect to X-Plane to VATSIM, you need to make sure you're able to transmit to them and receive, okay, and then hear them. I know that sounds complicated. So what I do, okay, first off, mine is set up right now to where I can transmit. It's highlighted in the blue. I turn up VH1 and then click on it so it pops out and the light comes on. Same thing with VHF2. Now, when you turn them up so you can hear them, if you don't, and I did this, folks, I didn't know that this had been something brought into the VATSIM world. You can actually adjust the volumes for ATC in your ears. You no longer have to use that little Microsoft scale. You can do it right here. So make sure you turn it up. And 121.5 is put in because they want to use the channel set aside for emergency traffic so they can yell at you if you're not coming over to their channels. Real world, it's for emergency traffic. Finally, your squawk, start at 2000. I think North America is really the only place you're going to get an auto ATC where it may give you a different code. Start at 2000. If it changes, it's real easy here. Just punch it in. Also, go to Xponder and then your mode C will be green. If it's not green and you're talking to a controller, he's not going to be happy till that is showing on his scope that your transponder is set. Doesn't matter if you're in TA or TARA. They don't know that. You only know that because you can't see traffic. So, all right, so that's what we do here. Now let's come back up and the hydraulic test is done. Make sure, as I did not, close that little hatch. All right, we're getting really close now. Now we're going to get down to the nitty gritty of what looks like an Airbus. Oop, that wasn't the screen I wanted. There we go. All right, I'm going to bring charts in first, and then we're going to, so this way you can see the departure. Tiger 2. First off, here's where we are on the airport. We're going to basically taxi out Bravo all the way down here to Whiskey 1 and blast out of here. Sound cool? Here's the Tiger 2. It's going to look a lot different over on your nav display. Okay, just to warn you ahead of time. But that's the general gist of it, okay? All right, now, thinking I missed something here. Hang on. I did. Well, we can come back to it. Just an extra step. We'll have to, some extra steps. All right, so how do we get that Tiger into here? Well, if you know how to fly an Airbus, it's going to look very, very similar. First off, plan. And I'm going to go ahead and punch us out a little. Okay. All right. Now, I told you we left off. We didn't put in all of the information here. If you remember from our flight plan, I said something about our initial of 38,000 TGE, which I'll be totally honest, I do not know where that is. Oh, looking at the map here on SimBrief, I know you're not seeing it. It's just as we pretty much leave Japan, we'll jump up to 400. All right, so what you do here, you just put 380. That'll end up here, /400. Now, it doesn't matter where these step climbs occur in this setup right here. All it's going to do in the software, both here and if we were in the airplane, the avionics, fine-tune it ever so much. Okay, now our winds. 68,257. So yeah, we're looking at a tail or a headwind. All right, so finding the temperature for me is like a needle in a haystack, so I leave it default. However, I do try to get the wind component. Minus usually means to me a headwind, but I always look at our wind to get an idea. And then figure it out. Okay, 270 would be coming at us right here. 25, a little bit on the nose. It's 257 at 92, by the way. And then 68. That'll go in there. Now, the step I missed was right here. I did not put a cost index in, 80. All right, and you can see our cruise and our optimum are pretty close together. All right, so we got the first step done. Next step is that all-important weights. Remember these times, those of you were with us on the flight before were not there, now they are. Also, if we had not clicked, and I'm getting ready to show it, hang on, I think I left, no, I did not. I thought I left charts up, so. All right, let's go back to weight and balance. If we had not clicked where you see it flashing, the taxi, block fuel, zero fuel weight, CGs would all have been blank. And you got to click on them or fill in the information. All we're going to do is verify. 74.1, 74, okay. That's close enough. 3495, 349, okay, again, close enough. 30.2, takeoff CG, yep, good, good, good. All right, now let's go back to ground ops. I'm going to go ahead and close these guys up. And we're going to be we're almost done. Well, we got the flight to put in, but we just want to get that information put in there, checked and verified. Flight plan. How many fly Airbuses in the crowd? Yeah, if you did, you already have noticed this is very similar. Very, very similar. Okay. Now, remember I put it in plan so we can watch it over here. But first, we got to put in our SID. 32 left, is it? Yeah. And Tiger 2, AWAJI, and insert. Little different on it, but overall, you all saw this pretty similar. Yeah. And again, there it is, Tiger. And then we make our turn at Tiger to head out to AWAJI. All right. Oh, wait, you didn't see that. Hang on. One more time before we continue on. Up. All right, so you can see we're going to come out, intercept into Tiger off YQ or YOE 14.6291 out to Tiger, to Mako, to AWAJI. All right, let's real quick go through it. Should be coming up to that fix. There it is. Here's where we're supposed to go up at 40 to 40,000. TGE. And what we're looking for are discontinuities and anything that's way out of whack. I'd have to intentionally do it. And there's where it's showing a step climb. That's not where it actually should be, but we may do it then. Who knows? And there we are coming into KANDU for Manila. Okay, let's look at this. All right, first off, there are no arrivals for runway 6 here. They say they are. Here's what they look like. Whoop, I clicked approach, sorry. 74 different arrivals. And they really don't help us in any way. So our best bet is just fly to the VOR, And there you can already tell, oh my goodness, look at that. We do this in Europe a lot. Fly to a VOR, come out either AB for a tighter tighter to the main route, and then the CDEs on the outer one. So that's what we're going to do. And if I remember right, it was this one. Yes. And we'll probably extend it a little more to come in on the ILS decently. But anyway, so we are flying the ILS runway 6, see how it's going to come into the Manila VOR. And then we're going to turn outbound, button hook back in. And before people ridicule me for my language, yeah, I said it, button hook. See how that looks? Like a big old S. And that's pretty much what we're going to do. Okay. All right, let's get, we didn't have charts up. Doggone it. All right, so you can see the approach here. We're going to come into Manila, go out on the CAT C and D, make the turn inbound back into the airport. I thought I had it up. Sorry, folks. Okay, so over here, all we do, click the airport, click the star, ILS. Whoops. No, we don't have an arrival. We said MIA 1, right? MIA 1. All right, and ILS and insert. All right, so discontinuity. And then you can see what we're going to do there. I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the discontinuity. We'll leave, I think, this one in. Okay, then we're going to fly out. We're going to hold over MIA and then do it again. And then it also, just like Airbus, gives you your run to Clark. You would fill it in if you so chose. All right, there you have it, folks. The route is in. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to get back to what we need to be on map. Okay, continuing with the checklist. Now that we've got the route in, now this is the only big difference between MD-11 and an Airbus. Airbus, you'd go to perf. Well, first we do a NAVRAD check, which is fine. Then you would go to perf. Not here. You're going to go to takeoff approach. And then I want you to, with your SimBrief account, go to your flight, click takeoff perf in the upper top, in the upper right, upper top. Oh yeah. It doesn't give you the map of the runway and where these numbers apply. What it does do is give you the same information if you did performance and tools on the left side. So we are going 32 left. There's how much runway we have. There's our heading of the runway, elevation of the field, winds, headwind components, and so forth. Okay, bear with me. I'll get that one at least set. All right, so we are planning on our output, select temperature or flex as it's called. Have we ever heard that before? Yeah. Runway slope. Now you can get this from Sim Toolkit. Or if you do performance and tools, it's actually in there. And we need to put in, it says slope and wind. All right, our wind component. I'm going to put head. Outside air temperature is 7 degrees Celsius. Whoop, 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 whoop. Plus 7. I hate that. Flaps, we'll get into the fun part with this airplane about flaps when we're ready to set them. And if you look at the numbers, 135, 150, 159, we're a little off on rotate and V2, but we're close. And I'm just going to click, click, and click. We're done. We're ready to go. Now we just need to set the middle FCP front control panel and what we did not do prior, which is not much. All right, what we didn't do before, and I hate this because we can't do both. You got to make sure you're either in inches of mercury. See how your altimeter at the bottom of the altitude strip says 2992? Well, we need that to be HEPA. So click the switch right above baro set. Yeah, I'm telling you this because, yeah, it took me a little bit. And then set it. 1005. Set your minimums. I'll start at 400. Whoa. And we'll see if I get this plane doing what it's supposed to real quick. Okay. Now, what did we miss? Hang on. Back up. Back the truck up. Okay, the caret under the heading, your heading gauge here. Make sure it's under auto, and it is. And we're set up everything else. Now, picking up where we're at for the front control panel. By the way, it does it on both sides if you marked it on your EFB. Hang on, I am going to switch this to engine. There, now you can see the APU and all of that good stuff. All right, now we just need to make sure the speed is whatever the chart says. Some departures have speed restrictions. This one does not. And it does not have what looks like an altitude restriction other than to be higher than 6,000. So without ATC, I'm comfortable putting 38 in here. Heading. Let's put the runway heading in. And that is 322. Even though we do a quick 500 feet, we start turning. Okay, that's per the departure. All right, so now the last part of this puzzle is the nav display setup. We want to click traffic, data, VOR1, VOR2. Weather bright, leave, just brighten it up. We've already done that, so we do the same over here. And let's click inches of mercury. There we go. And you would have to set your baro over here if you wanted it. I'm not worried about it. All right, we're ready to go, folks. Hopefully that didn't take too long. For this little bit of a tutorial. It took about an hour. I'm glad for those of you that just wanted this as a tutorial. You stuck around, learned hopefully a lot. Those of you ready to go fly with Mike, let's get ready to fly. One more look outside. Okay, the things we're going to need to get rid of: ground power, chocks, and that tube hooked to the plane. But if you noticed, I've already got all the doors cargo-wise closed. All right, so let's do it, shall we? I'm going to go ahead, come on VATSIM. Okay, and I am now on. And let's head over here and close the door. What I'm trying to figure out is, where is that? Must be one of the yellow lights. Okay. All right, so with all of our final preparations completed, it is time to start the engines. Now, I always recommend doing this first. Head up to the middle to your overhead. Click your external power, galley and external, off. Many reasons, but the big ones are to make sure you won't have to redo the McDo. I can tell you, in some aircraft it will clear it. It may do worse. So then come over here and dismiss it. I'm also going to get the map up, kind of come out a little bit. We'll go with 8. That looks good. I really wish I could get this to speak English to me, but oh well. It is what it is. All right, let's get that tube away from us. I really like they've got that switch here on the EFB. Now, granted, you could say, well, Zebo could do that. It's all automated, folks. It would have already been off the plane by now. When you're done loading, they close the door. It's not very much longer, and that jetway pulls away. Okay, so, all right, so let's do it. Parking brake is engaged, light on. Seatbelts. Emergency lights. Switch is armed. Emergency lights are armed. Beacon. The beacon is now on. See how the switches are going off? Now the logo light, I did not realize that. I may have flown without my, well, it doesn't matter. Logo's logo. But you notice how the rest of the switches, if they're on in their position, they're not lit up. Up here, we're in armed, waiting for the engines, and these will come alive with the engines. Let's see, fuel panel, emergency switch armed, lights armed. All right, let's call the pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Okay, what I'll do,
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
all right. Now, you're not going to see the tug drive up because I've got it set to be a short push. It's like right in front of the plane. So I don't have to wait, or watch it fall off a building. That one was always fun.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the chocks. Let the parking brake do the parking brake's job now, hopefully. Okay, and then with that, aux 1. Turn that on. Engine CP is set. Pushback will start here in a moment. And we'll get our ignition set when we start moving. One thing with this plane I have troubles with, and I don't know if it's just
and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
If it's just a me issue or rotate X-plane issue. To unset the parking brake here, yes, I have a key to do that, but it will not move this.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, beacons on, pushing back, seatbelts on. Let's go with B today. We did pull the chocks, right? There we go. Always makes me nervous with this plane, why it doesn't just go automatic. And we're going to go ahead. Sometimes you got to get a little creative to get this plane to behave. All of them, depending how you set your angles. And then we just fire them up one at a time. Checklist will say push all the way back, set your parking brake, then start. I start just so we can get going. We're an hour in. I want to get us going. All right, there we go. Fuel on. See how the systems for the hydraulic on the top there are starting to lose the yellow. All right, let's get Mr. Uno started. And again, you'll see a green or blue button, however you call it. Technically, when that N2 needle gets past it, you could put the fuel. I wait for 20. Like now. Oh, duh.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Hang on.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay. And by the way, this better pushback deal that I'm doing, it's free. All you got to do is install it in, or just basically copy paste into your plugins, and you're going to be amazed at what you're able to pull off with pushbacks. And on top of all of this, it's updatable through Skunkcraft, I think it's called. So yeah. Okay, and finally, let's get number 2 going. So you can see if you start your engines in the pushback. Now, one caveat, and I ran into this, I think it was last year. If you're on a ramp that's iced over, it could be a challenge.
And bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time, and have fun up there.
What's not allowed? There we go. Okay, and we're just waiting on number 2 to be fully up and running, and then we'll continue this after start before taxi checklist. Oh, my nose. I do think I'm getting over this cold. It's just one of those, like this past winter, just won't go away. All right, we're good. Now, let's something I've learned with this. First, let's head up to the overhead. Windshield defog on, or is now in place. Anti-ice as required. Go ahead and run the anti-windshield. Now, I'm going to first make sure to turn off the APU bleed. Okay, everything's good. If you want to set your PAX load, go for it. It's not affecting anything that I know of in the plane. Come up, click the off button, come down here. We should see it start spooling down here in a minute. But we're going to continue on. Okay, so we saw the hydraulic panel is all green. Fuel is all set. All right, we'll go to the, we'll be back to this in just a second. Let's go to configuration real quick. We'll do a flight control check. And then we'll set our stab trim here in a minute. All right, stab trim, just it's nice that they pop out now, 4.9, and you can read it right there. Okay, now let's go back to engine. And let's make sure the APU is firing down. Uh-oh, looks like it's coming back up. Oh boy. I hate when it does this. We'll try it one more time. All right, well, anyway, it will take us a little bit. All right, takeoff data. Everything looks good. 136, 144, 156. Same over there. All right, spoilers, let's arm them. Just like Airbus, pull them up. Takeoff. Flaps. All right. I don't know McDonnell Douglas's thought process here. But granted, when this plane was made in the 80s, the trying to think of a best way to say this, the telemarketing world wasn't as it is today. What you're doing, look at it. You got to dial a flap. almost sounds like, well, if you put 1-800 dial a flap, you're going to get your flight setting from 1-800 dial a flap. No, it's not that funny. This is the dial, and you're setting your flaps. Basically, it's your first setting. You're going to get slats on your first pull of the lever. Then you're going to set where the next one is. Anywhere from like 5% or 5 degrees to 28 degrees. Go by your release. Our release and performance said 15, so set your dial to 15. So now it'll go slats and then to 15 degrees. As you can see here, slats. And now we're set at 15. So when I look out the window, the slats are out and the flaps are out. Just a very funny way to do it. Let me take a look here. I think hopefully that'll work. All right, here we go. I'm not worried. If it comes back on, so be it. Stave trim, auto brake set, takeoff data one more time. They want you checking that a lot. And we're ready to go. Parking brake off. And taxi turnoffs. And we're ready to go. Now, before, all we had to do was taxi out to there for takeoff, but today we got to go long distance, so bear with us. I was getting a piece of software up. Oh, you know, I got to get a second one going. Hang on. Whoa, Nelly, whoa. All right, stand by. I almost forgot smart cars. And one last check. We're on the map. Okay, cool. Always like to make sure that's going on. And meanwhile, all right, let's get this thing in the air, shall we? Sorry about that. I almost forgot. All right, we're crossing 3-2 right. Nobody's taken off, or I don't see anyone out there trying to land. I got a feeling the APU started again. Well, we'll find out. Yep, it's running again. All right, let's make sure I've got everything properly shut off up here. I do. And off. And if you all have any tips on that, I'd love to hear how to make sure it stays off. Loves to rekindle. Now, I did run into where I accidentally left the bleed air on, and that would cause it. Gen's not on, right? Nope. All right, before takeoff checks. All right, takeoff data one more time check. Okay. Auto flight clicked. We're ready to go. Hydraulic air panels are set, cabins ready, radar transponder. We'll get that here at the runway, and then we'll take it. Okay, radar. Radar click. Here we go. And Osaka traffic, Clipper 724 Heavy departing runway 32, Tiger 2 departure. APU is being a real pain. D1, rotate. Okay, there's the turn. All right. Yeah, the APU came back on. Oh well. And we're on our way. Hope y'all enjoyed Original Godspeed. How's it going? Happy Sunday to you. Same to you. What's the difference between a 747-200 and a 747-8? Technically, it's not a Dash 800. I got into trouble with someone calling it that. It is a Dash 8. However, the difference. There's more similarity between a 747-400 and a 747-8. But again, it's more what they can haul and fuel efficiency. 200, you got 3 crew members, flight engineer, pilot, co-pilot. 400 and Dash 8, you have a pilot, co-pilot. So that's all there is needed in the cockpit. Of course, depending on type flights, you could have more. So I think the Dash 8's a little bigger, able to haul more, but I don't know if the range is the same or not. So, but hey, thanks for the question. Transition level here, 14,000. We'll try to get to it before 38. Okay, flaps are up. APU keeps wanting to turn on. Yeah, I know. Like I said, even I used to call it a Dash 800. I forget who it was got on my case. They are not Dash 800s. And okay, Dash 8. Oh, cool. Nice. The only problem I've had with SSG's Dash 8, the freighter, for some weird reason, will go into a rejected takeoff when I set it. The switch for rejected takeoffs. It's not supposed to do that. And really don't know how to get around that. Other than to just not set it. All right, there's 10,000. Okay, and we're coming on 14 pretty quick. I'll go ahead and set us. All you got to do is push it, and that's it. 1013. All right, looking at the weather along the route. Actually, today, a heck of a lot better than what we did last week. As we kind of started to parallel more. Granted, we were in the archipelago that Japan has going out Iwo, not Rhoda, Naha, and a couple of others as you work that chain down towards Taipei. To the west was some pretty hefty storms. Not there today. So nice flight ahead. And I am going to go ahead, take a look up here. Go ahead, kill the logo. I don't know if any of these attendant call switches actually work or not, but Oh, the first officer has walked in here. It's Miss Lily. Stand by. I will be right back. All right, my bad. Sorry, first officer, cute little 1-year-old. You got to just take a break and say hi to. All right, I did see a question from Godspeed. So is that livery good to fly? This? I we're not even close to where the problems occur. I'm going to say it probably is Pan Am. I wish this livery was good to fly. But if you are with Pan Am Virtual, there are several really good Pan Am liveries that are usable. How are we doing here? Okay, we're through 30,000. There we go. All right, so we got that one extended out. We can extend that one a little bit. All right, so we got our gauges starting to set up. But overall, we are on our way. ETA. 3 hours, 52 minutes. And I'm going to go ahead and put that up there for you. Wrong one. And I got to get a new one. Okay. All right, we'll just work with Sim Toolkit as we climb on out of here. So there you have it, folks. In a nutshell, in about 1 hour and 45 minutes or so, it took to go from cold and dark to 38,000, maybe 40,000 by the time we actually do hit the 1 hour 45-minute mark. We're only 4 minutes away. Bear with me, I'm doing some sound checking. All right, folks, sorry about that. Godspeed asked, I don't know how I got a 33 feet per minute landing yesterday in Seattle. I've learned don't question them. Just don't question. I'm going to try something just for curiosity's sake. All right, let's see how that does. Out of curiosity, will it do anything or not? All right, we're in cruise. Now, if the music's too loud or the background noise of the aircraft too loud, please let me know in chat. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Each airplane is different, so setting the sounds for them is different per airframe. So please, please let me know. Oh my, we have a high UV alert in St. Louis. I don't even know if the sun's out. It looks like we're kind of cloudy. Oh well, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Yeah, I don't know why it won't turn off. Oh well. Not a big a deal. We're in cruise. And it won't turn off. Okay, it's just going to be one of those flights. All right, so sit back, relax. We got about 3 hours and hang on, 56 minutes to go. Wow, that went up. It's that headwind, I know. So yeah, we got a little bit of a battle to get to Manila, but we're on our way. So I hope y'all enjoy. Thank you so much for being with us, being patient. And hopefully we were able to give you all a little something to think about. It's still off. Oh my goodness, are you serious? The door might actually close? That or it blew off. One of the holy my. I don't know what I did other than turned off the windshield anti-ice. Yeah. Either it broke or it it's doing its thing. All right. We're on our way, folks. Enjoy. As we leave, we've got the coast of Japan working down, then we'll be in the archipelago, then we hit Taiwan, and then the Philippines. So hopefully this wind will let up some on us. But enjoy. This is X-Plane 2.0 Beta 2, and hopefully a much better flight. I'd have pointed out Kansai, but it's behind us. And as I was telling some folks yesterday, if you ever get a chance, there was a History Channel documentary type show, might have been the old Wings or Military Channel, on the building of Kansai Airport, because it is so different than any other airport at that day. It was actually built in the bay. It wasn't built on land. And boy, was there, what a story behind an airport. So check it out. I wish I had a link for you, but I don't remember much. I want to say it was one of those engineering marvels. It is. But just an amazing story. So what the Japanese engineers were able to come up with. And you'll find airports like Hong Kong. I think some of the thought that went into Hong Kong's new airport, which now is the airport, went into that airport. Some of those ideas and the reasoning, the why they did what they did is just fascinating. If you're into that, if you're not, well, sorry to have wasted your time. But it is just a phenomenal engineering feat, Kansai. Again, sorry for the sniffles. My apologies there. Either the allergies are really getting me or a cold just won't let go or whatever. Also, today is Palm Sunday, and many may not know the significance to the holiday, or many will say, we're tired of hearing about it. Well, it is actually a pretty significant day. This is really the last time Jesus would enter, per se, Jerusalem. Now, I think he went in and out a couple times during this week. Not many. But, of course, culminates on Friday with the trials and crucifixion of Jesus Christ, and his paying our penalty, our sin debt to God, the sacrifice. And it is a very poignant week in Christianity, in the fact that Jesus entered a humble person, very well liked. People thought by him being the Messiah, he was going to get rid of Rome at that date. Not today, back then. And that's not what he was here for. He was here to get rid of sin. Unfortunately, sin is still here, but he has given us a way to be forgiven, to approach God with our petitions, with our requests, through the blood that he shed on that cross. And then rose from the dead, rose against all of that sin, and is now seated in heaven, God's right hand. So it is a big day. Daniel has a big prophecy. If you do the math, and I have a hard time doing the math that he puts forward, but it brings you to the day that Jesus would make his last entry into Jerusalem. It's, to me, complicated, but math is always kind of complicated to me. But what a prophecy he made. So many prophecies Daniel made that came true. So anyway, today's verse of the day is about Palm Sunday. And say to the daughter of Zion, behold, your king is coming to you humble, mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a beast of burden. And comes from Matthew 21:5. And others would talk of the palms, being waved in respect to their Messiah coming in, the Messiah coming in, just not the Messiah many of the Jews of that day expected. They were looking for more of a mighty warrior David type, and why, they got a mighty warrior. He was a warrior against sin. So I hope you take time, especially this entire week. I actually hope you've been doing it since Ash Wednesday, to inwardly reflect on your walk with Christ, on your knowledge, on your where you are. That's what this whole Lenten season has been all about. And I hope you've reflected on it. And I hope you've got a deeper perspective. I know through my daily devotions, I've gotten a lot out of them, and it's amazing. I'm basically going through the Bible yet again, third or fourth time, or third time year in the Bible. And while it's a lot of reading, it's a lot of little things you forget, and little things your mind finds ways, or maybe some would say Satan tries to turn. And been eye-opening as always. So welcome aboard. Thank you for being part of Flying with Mike. I do try to bring in Christianity, the religion of who I believe in, Jesus Christ. And I hope I try not to be offensive. I try to be as open and to you all as possible. So enjoy. And by the way, Easter Sunday, this upcoming Sunday, when we celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, the actual, I call it Resurrection Sunday, but still Easter works, and get to enjoy my granddaughters, all three of them, and fun with family. Well, the weather may not play nicely with us, but hey, that's not what it's about. So, but you never know. Easter miracles, like Christmas miracles, well, they do occur sometimes. The one thing I really wish right now is my nose would just stop running. Oh, that would just be a miracle right there of itself. Let's see. The only bad thing for this flight today is, unfortunately, we are in a pretty stiff headwind. But, when you're heading anything towards the west, it's expected. Got about 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. So I hope y'all enjoy the flight. Great time ahead, great music, granted. Not a lot of it, but we'll enjoy. So we're coming out of Japan's main set of islands. We're about to start going through what I call their archipelago. Give you an idea. Actually, we still got one more big island of theirs. And then we start into it down through the chart. All right, folks, I am going to take a quick break here, hit the latrine, and be right back. All right. Onward we go. Now you can kind of get an idea what I'm talking about. A lot of these little stair-step islands. Now, granted, they're not boinka boinka boink, but they are there. And So yeah, we're starting into that portion of the flight. Now, this flight is being flown for Millennium Aviation, not Pan Am Virtual. Actually, Pan Am Virtual, we don't have a route that would go Osaka to Manila or to Bali. But we can through Millennium. Oh, it's amazing how warm it's supposed to get today here in St. Louis. Just amazing. Into the 80s. And then back into the upper 60s, low 70s tomorrow under a canopy of clouds. So just amazing. Spring is always like this, though. You don't like the weather today? Wait for it. It'll change. Sometimes in a blink of an eye. Oh, yeah, I guess I could turn the anti-collision lights on. Yeah, still got a little ways to break away from the majority of Japan, and then we start into their little islands. All right, enjoy the flight. Any questions, comments? Hey, hit me up in the chat area here. Otherwise, hope y'all enjoy the flight. About 3.5 to go. All right. We're on our way. We're closing in on about 3 hours out of the Philippines. Next up are the islands that make up that archipelago that I told you about, the smaller islands, Iwo Jima and uh, Naha. Actually, I don't think Iwo is in this part. But anyway, maybe it is. I'd have to really look at it. But anyway, we are on our way. Doesn't look too busy at the moment in the Philippines, but if you all know VATSIM and people, they just kind of congregate. So, but anyway, we are headed that way. And like I said, we're closing in. I think we got about 3 hours, 10 minutes or so. This headwind is really giving us a good run for the money. And again, Clark Air Base, well, now Clark Airport International, I believe, is our alternate, not very far from Manila. So sit back, relax, enjoy the music, enjoy the downtime, enjoy the rest. And tomorrow starts a new week, but that's tomorrow. Today has enough worries of its own for you to have to worry about. So enjoy. And I have to decide whether I'm going to turn the air conditioner on today. After we've been in the 50s and 60s, now we may, and the heat being on, now we may have to flip on the air conditioner today. Like I said, welcome to spring. You never know what the next moment will have for you here in the Midwest. Boy, the wind is just howling here in the St. Louis area. Holy mackerel. I knew we were supposed to get 30 to 40 mile or knot gusts, but man, I think that is gonna definitely be the epitaph of this spring here in the Midwest. Windy and rainy, but windy. All right, let's go ahead, dial. Oh, you know what? Let me take a look at these winds before we head up to 40,000. I don't really think they're going to be much better. All right, yeah, I think we'll hold off looking at these weather charts. Till at least Azima, which I think is pretty close. Oh, okay. It's about the halfway point. Okay, give or take a little. But anyway, yeah, that's where it seems to start letting up. Now, you're probably going, oh, how do you know that? Psychic. Actually, I can't show it that easily. Oh, well, let me double check. if you go to your sim brief release, scroll down, you'll see flight maps, and you can check your winds there. I'm not going to be able to log in. I've got to figure it out. I don't know what email and all that good fun stuff. You know, too many, too many, too many. And that's okay, though. Out of curiosity, was I smart enough? I doubt it. Nope. All right. Yeah, I was thinking maybe I wrote it down somewhere else, but I didn't. Oh well. So we'll continue on and hope we have a great flight here. Oh man, temperatures to rise. Yeah, we know. Yeah, I thought we were getting an easement to the wind. No, it's 142 knot. Technically, you could break it down headwind, crosswind components, but ouch. And those of you, April 20th, flying across the pond. I think it's April 20th. Anyway, Cross the Pond is coming up, and you're going to be battling some pretty, right now, looks like some pretty hefty headwinds. Of course, we'll see what comes of it the day of, but wow, good luck, enjoy. I'm not going to be a part of it. Many reasons, but just not going into it this year. Haven't been in it for many years. I hope y'all enjoy it though. All right, so after ONC is Azama. We'll see if the winds actually begin to back off, and then we might think about 40,000. Right now, if anything, I'm thinking about going down. Get out of these winds. As you can see, 261 at 139. Our ground speed's 390, true airspeed 470. Wish we could be doing that. But it is, you're, like I said, you're heading south. You're getting pelted with the westerlies, and man, it makes it hard. Those of you coming back from Europe on Cross the Pond, yeah. April 26th, my bad. April 20th was if you guys didn't get in contact with them prior to, you have to wait till the 20th to be able to bid on the route you want. Looks pretty inviting, I'll tell you that much. Places like, well, you'll depart from Amsterdam, Paris, Berlin, Manchester, Dublin, Helsinki, Rome, Brussels, wow, Moscow, Portugal, and Barcelona. And you're going to be heading to Boston, Miami, Toronto, Dulles, O'Hare. Somehow those two are always in it. Montreal, Vancouver, Seattle, Detroit. Some of these are like always picked. But anyway, it looks like a good flight. So I hope y'all enjoy that are in it. Here she comes. All right. The first officer came back to visit. So, how's your Sunday going? Hope y'all are having a great one. Actually, just a beautiful day to fly down over here in the Far East. I hope y'all are having a great Sunday, able to relax, enjoy your day, and hopefully not stress over anything coming tomorrow. My only stress right now is getting over this whatever, and I don't think it's going to happen till June. Allergies are just going to be, you know. And preaching to the choir for those that live in the southern parts of the U.S. and out west. Yeah, once we, I think, get past this lower set of, hopefully we'll see the winds die. That's my hope. I mean, kind of down by about 10 to 20 knots, but I'd like to see it come down drastically, and then we could think of getting up to 40. Right now, it doesn't look very promising. And looking at Elevatech, there is a band of rain ahead of us, but well, no, we got to get past Azama, I think. We'll see if it shows up there. Let me see if Sim Toolkit shows it. Yeah, a little bit, but hard to tell. But we're about 2 hours, 15 minutes out of Manila in the Philippines. And been a pretty good flight so far. Couple more islands here in the archipelago of Japan to kind of wander across before the run to the Philippines. I'm gonna have to look that up in the manual. What GI nav means. We're lost. Somewhere will be somewhere between point A and point B. Might be Hawaii, no, or Guam. But anyway, looks like we're on course. Oh man. Well, enjoy. We got about 2 hours to go, give or take a little, and I got a little weather maybe. We'll kind of check in on it, but I'll let you all just kind of relax with the music. All right, back with you folks. Sorry about that. Enjoying a little time with the 1-year-old. But anyway, glad to have you aboard. Welcome in Osaka to Manila in the Rotate MD-11. You can get a little feel for how hard that crosswind is on us, that crab the aircraft's having to fly. Not sure if we can get it this close or not. Not really. You got to kind of see it over a longer distance to see what it looks like behind us. See how? No, even that doesn't help. But anyway, there it is, folks. We are, where are we? Oh, Azama. So we're just crossing Okinawa, and we're beginning to head out to sea. Well, let's see, because this is where, oh, wait, what was that? Hang on. There's an airport. That's actually Naha, right below us. So you can see it down there in the distance. That's a fun little airport to go into. I've flown in. I'm trying to think what we flew in there with one of the virtual airlines, and it was kind of fun. I think it was FedEx I went in with. But anyway, there you have it. We're now headed for Manila, the Philippines. According to Elevatech, we should be seeing rain. I don't think so. Step climb 250 miles. Now the winds have come down a little. We're down to 100 knots. Still pushing at us hard. You can kind of see how the airplane's positionally with the route, and that's compensating for that wind, yet staying in that groove. So SAKON 100 miles away. All right, sorry about that. Had to clear out my nose. But anyway, yeah, we're working our way there. Trying to figure out, is there anything? No, not that. Okay, we're about 800 miles from Manila at this point. And according to the other chart, we got about 250 or so to go. We actually have traffic ahead of us. So you can see that right here. Are they climbing, or what do we got here? Let's take a look outside the airplane. They may be just out of range. Looks like possibly an F-15 leading the way for us. I don't know if we'll see the contrail on it or not. Good news, about an hour and 40 minutes. So we are beginning to pick up a little steam. Hey, we're out of 100 knots. How about that? We're starting to potentially have that ability to climb to 40. Just not there yet. I don't feel comfortable taking it up to 40 with as they say everywhere but the U.S. flight level 400. Until these winds ease at our level and hopefully stay that way at the top, 40. So we're on our way. We got about an hour and 45 minutes to go, barring any more headwinds. And lost the F-15 on radar. Sure, he's still out there. I guess he's making a run for Clark. I have no idea, but we'll see. Like I said, I thought he was right at the edge. All right, looking here, we are an hour and 16 minutes out. I'm going to go ahead and move us up to 40. There we go. Step climb is right there, right before Basig. And yeah, this is working out pretty good. We're now in the 70s for a headwind. I'm a lot more comfortable when we have headwinds of that nature to take it up. 100 knot, I'm almost tempted to go down and hope for better winds. So, all right, so let's see now. We are now 600 miles out of Manila. So things are looking a lot better. Temperature 55, 50. You know, what we put in seems to be working out pretty good. Current wind 270 at 70-ish. So, hey, pretty good flight ahead. All right, and we'll go ahead and do the, well, no, I think I'll wait till we get a little closer to the Philippines. Right now, we have actually pulled out of that rain. The cool thing is, in real life, the morning Terminator is coming across the Philippines. So day is breaking. And granted, I set the clocks way back so we could enjoy. All right, so glad you all are a part of the flight. We still have that F-15 leading the way to, where is he going? Someplace called Puerto Princesa International Airport. So not leading the way to the Manila, but he is leading the way nonetheless. All right, and glad y'all are here. Hope you enjoyed that. About an hour took for us to power up, and I hope y'all enjoyed that. I hope it, for those that are kind of curious of a few things on here, I hope I was able to help you out. Hey, if not, you know, if this, right now it looks like, knock on wood, this flight will get into Manila. I'll put this up on YouTube. Maybe make a highlight and put the startup in it. But I hope y'all enjoyed. And any questions, comments, please let me know. That's how I learned a couple things, little tricks I did for takeoff that seemed to pay off. As well as other little things, you know. Folks, I am not a huge MD-11 fan, or as I like to call it for fun, Airbus 11. I really am not. It's impressive to watch take off, especially from a distance, to see that thing just skyrocketing literally into the air and then pushing over. But beyond that, I'm just not a huge fan of it. But it's fun to fly on the flight sim. Just not something I always enjoyed seeing. So, but anyway, I'm glad, and I hope you all enjoyed that cold dark startup that we did earlier. Hopefully learned some things. Hopefully you got some great takeaways from it, and looking forward to seeing some of you in this TriStar 3-holer. Actually, I shouldn't call it a TriStar because the L1011 was called that. So enjoy. We still got about an hour and 15 minutes or so to go. Um, so I hope you enjoy. Currently, the weather in the Manila area, let's pull that up at least. Currently 2,500 scattered, 10,000 broken. If that holds, we just might shoot a visual approach. Might. This aircraft can get kind of squirrely with me, so keeping it on the ILS kind of helps. As well, it won't be like Memphis. We were in some pretty ferocious storms. But matter of fact, the wind changed as we were short. Well, actually changed as we touched down. So controllers were right, wrong, but you know, flight sim is flight sim. Real world, that's something you can just never ever count on. Will the winds hold coming down, or will they flip on you and shear? So you never know. So beautiful weather, nothing significant there. Broken 10,000, so that's our ceiling. As long as we break out and I can see well, may try it. So enjoy, and about an hour from now, we should be getting real close to Manila. just realized, all right, we're about 55 minutes out from Manila. About 40 minutes or so to top a descent. What I want to do is real quick. You know what? I'm going to hit the galley real quick and then be back, and we'll bring this plane into Manila. Be right back. All right. Let's see. What's the timer saying? About 35 minutes to go. And we're 158 miles from the projected top of descent. What? Punky Cold Dorito raided a second time. That's a busy man. Welcome. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome aboard. You're with Flying with Mike. I've been in the flight simming industry since about 99, 2000 time frame. So roughly 25, 26 years. I've been through many of the flight sims. I'm actually a private pilot, and glad to have you aboard. And now we get to fly the big heavy iron that we couldn't as a private pilot. And Punky Cold Dorito says we did a small tour of Ohio. No, Hawaii. Yeah, it's a small tour if you try to go around Ohio too, so. But anyway, welcome aboard. Thank you so much. We've also been streaming since about 2020, and that's when we switched from the Microsoft products over to X-Plane. So we really, really enjoy X-Plane. All right, what do we have in front of us? Okay, nothing. I was gonna say, if it's still there when we switch, nope, then it's nothing. I've got what, I'll be honest, it looked like I wish my cursor, well, actually it is showing up. If you come down from ATC a little bit, it's a UFO. However, when you switch over, the UFO disappears. Maybe it's those birds that get startled. Haven't seen them yet. Watch them poof up in front of me as I land. But yeah, I think you got it there. Let's see. Well, you know, there's one other possibility. I don't think it's our F-15 that's been ahead of us. He's not showing up on TCAS either, so. All right, real quick, we're getting ready to make the descent here. I know it's a comet. Yeah, they say ducks and geese can have been found up around 18. Truth or not, I don't know, but I've heard stories of that. Now, whether they can actually get up that high and not 39, I really doubt. But yeah, I have heard ducks and geese pretty high up in the sky migrating. Stories have told us. Quack. Oh, we just got a bird. No. That is so wild how it shows up in this view. Let's try something. Yeah, just only in that side. That is really interesting. Oh well, it's those Easter eggs that sometimes get found in X-Plane. All right, we got top of descent on the nav display. Currently 120 miles out. Let me do a real quick run with SimBrief. Landing, no, we're not doing flaps 50, we'll do flaps 35. Is that true? Winds are now 210? Oh, they're at 3, so okay, that'll be fine on a tailwind. And they were planning us, okay, so we'll use brake 2. get that put in so we don't forget. Maybe. Throttles are in the way. There we go. And I think it's time to start the descent procedures. All right, EAD. That is basically the area below all of this is clear, so that's good. Landing data, we just checked, but we'll go in here as well. 148, 143. So I'm going to just make it simple. We're going to try to stay around 150. Now their sim brief is saying 146. We'll go with the data on the plane, 150. And let me take a look at our chart here. ILS for runway 6. Sixer. Come across the VOR at 6,000. So that'll be 34 times 3. All right, 102 miles. We're good. And I think we'll go ahead. I can just hear the hooting and hollering. Ease up on the music. Make sure. Is there anything to add here? Nope. All right. Oop, there we go. All right. When we get the top of descent in the line here of 80 miles out, we'll kind of double check everything. All right. We'll go with 13,000 on the transition. Minimums we'll set to 266. About 270. All right. And last but not least, okay, currently we actually don't have a ceiling. All right, so few clouds at 2,500, now a scattered layer at 10,000. That'll work for me. Let you all get that as well. They're still showing broken. Ooh. Which one's most up to date? 2,200. 2,200. 2,100. So, all right, we'll go with the stuff that's an hour old. And here we go. We probably will have that bright sun in our eyes. Let's see how the sun. I think I've done this, but I don't think I have. That's not too bad now. Let's get outside, see. Kind of curious what causes that here. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so we're about 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so out. Let's take a look at where we stand on the gauge. Okay, 80 miles out. Okay, perf, 74 miles. Now is a good time, if you're into it, to put a prediction in. And what is that F-15 flying at, come to think of it? You know, that possibly could be the F-15. He's at 46,000. Why so high? Don't know, but hey, to each their own. All right, we're about to start our top of descent here, or start our descent at the top of descent. We'll be planning right now the ILS full procedure runway 6, although I may go into a downwind, right downwind, and come around that way. Don't know yet. We'll kind of play it by ear. I wish I could say we're going visual. I really doubt that. This plane gets really kind of squirrely on me, so. Once again, for those joining us, you're on a flight that departed Osaka, Japan about 4 hours ago, and we're about to begin our descent into Manila. Ultimate destination for this flight, not today, but ultimately to Bali, Indonesia. We're kind of tracking The Amazing Race, if you watch that on TV. Here in the States, it's on CBS. Abroad, I don't know. But it's a really cool show. Teams race around the world and for $1 million. So um, this one started in LA, went to Hong Kong. We picked it up in Hong Kong to Osaka. They were there a couple shows, down to Bali for a couple shows, and then they're getting ready to go to Dubai. After that, don't know. So we kind of just, it gives me some good flight ideas. So that's why I like using it. So, and it's also a cool show, especially in the beginning. The mental aspect of it was really, really interesting to watch. Of course, lately it's been the physical side more that people like, but when they got in your head and made you have to think, I'll give you one example. They were, I forget where in Europe, and they were given the flag they were given an image of the flag of where they were supposed to go. To many, some of that is kind of easy. Not me, but still, here was a kicker. Hang on. The flag they were given looked a lot like the flag of the country Turkey. They were headed somewhere in Africa. Now, had they went to Turkey. I'm really curious what would have happened on air. So, and they showed the flags, and yeah, they were almost dead ringers for each other. So that was kind of interesting, and it throws that neat little what if, that we always love. So, but anyway, that's where these flights are coming from, is that show. All right, we're setting up for top of descent. Going down to 6,000 by Manila. Here we go. Actually, let's check something. Didn't even, I'm pretty sure at or above, we're going to make that a hard altitude. Okay, I'm just going to watch it and see if I can't get it to nail 6,000 at Manila. That is technically right, at or above 6,000, but all right, while we're in the descent, hang on here. Let's bring in the chart real quick. Let's just see this approach. All right, so here we are coming into KANDU, and then we go to Manila. All right, so here we come into Manila. We'll then bank off to a heading of 223, and then come around for the ILS. Now, what I'm thinking about doing is maybe coming down right here and then making a turn for the ILS. We'll see. We'll see how, I also love doing these approaches with, that have these button hooks. I call them button hooks. They're kind of sort of procedure turns, very elongated. So, and then if we have to go miss, we go up, follow the course, and then direct back to Mia. Hold until told try again. All right, so there you have it. Where we're going to park, that I haven't figured out yet. Oh, I guess we'll shoot for, I don't know, maybe Terminal 2, Terminal 1, I don't know. Kind of play it by ear as we get on the ground. I kind of forgot just how far out well, actually, we're not all that far, so when we turn, we should kind of get a good look at the uh, island nation of the Philippines. So again, hope your Sunday's going well. Yeah, we've killed the music as we begin the approach into Manila, and hope you enjoy. Now let's take a look straight ahead. Well, no longer see that anomaly ahead of us. Do we see it here? Nope. Oh yeah, we do. Oh yeah, we do. Right there. One last look. Nah, I don't have it in sight. Oh well. There you have it, folks. The MD-11 from rotate making the turn towards Manila. Yeah, somewhere under those clouds could be the country. Oh, let's just kind of curious if it followed us. Out that window, anything? And those just tuning in, what I'm looking, we had an anomaly out ahead. It was kind of funny because it only showed up in the captain's window. Switched over to the first officer, it disappeared. I don't see it now, so it's either where the bar is or disappeared. Oh well, like some said, a UFO. Who'd have thought? That or it was Austin up in his little turboprop at 50,000 feet. Ugh. All right, let's dial this in a little. Okay, can I do 6,000 over the land here? No. All right, so we're going to have to cut this off. Hang on a second, stand by. All right, sorry about that. I thought I heard my wife having trouble with something, so made a quick dash to see if I needed to help. I was wrong. What's new? All right, so we need to drop 7,000. We need to be about 21 miles from Manila. Let me try something here. Um, 14. I don't know if I can do this. Perfect. That works perfect for me. What I did is I put in Manila's VOR, so that way I can figure out about 35 miles out, I can start my descent in there. Currently, according to the chart, it's 9,500 foot in that area. I'm going to go VFR. I don't think it's going to show me much. Not what I want. No, I don't want that. VFR. Nope, not going to show me that either. That's US low. Let's try that. Sometimes that will give me more. All right, so oh boy, not a lot to go on. Other than a minimum altitude of 9,500 feet, but we'll have to start coming down. Like I said, about 35 miles out. So we got about 30 miles. You can kind of see that high terrain. See it out there? We've got to kind of thread a needle through here. Now we can come in above 6,000, but our turnaround point, we need to be at about, well, we need to be 3,000 feet. So we'll kind of do our best here is all we can. We'll come through the mountains and then start our descent. Hopefully that'll give us room. All right, looking at all right, nothing. We got one other aircraft coming in, and that's about it. Okay. So here we go. You can see what we got to work with ahead of us. We'll come in making our descent, and so we're going to go ahead, think about slowing up. Okay, we're 40 miles now from Mia. You know what? We are going to slow. Okay, we're going to start our descent. Okay, here we go. Think we got most of this beat. And to help us out, all right. What do I need to set? Oh, altimeter. Uh, Okay. Okay, one last thing to help us out here. 1091. Already in 063. Perfect. Are we going to be... Okay, I don't think he's a factor yet. Yeah, Manila traffic, Clipper 724 about. 10 miles out of Manila from the east for the ILS runway 6. Okay, we got slats out. And Manila traffic, Clipper 724 overhead Manila, outbound on the full procedure for ILS 6. Okay, here we go, folks. Okay, 150. Giving him plenty of time to get that plane in there. I don't even see him on the approach. There he goes. Perfect. We'll fly the full procedure, and that should get him plenty of room. Okay, let's go ahead, turn it inbound. Inbound heading will be 063. And Manila traffic Clipper 724 heavy, turning inbound for 6. All right, we've got localizer glide slope. We're slowed to V approach 155. And as soon as we grab the ILS, we will get the gear down. Okay, landing lights set, seatbelt, everything good here. Looking good here, waiting for 4 green. Hopefully he cleared the runway. Manila traffic, Clipper 724, 10-mile final, runway 6. Okay, spoilers arm, flaps 35, gear 4 green, cleared to land, brakes set, spoilers set. Manila traffic, Clipper 724, 3 mile final, runway 6. Landing. Well, I don't know what I did. Ooh, that actually doesn't look too bad. We'll come off here. And a Manila traffic, Clipper 724 heavies off runway 6 to the terminal. All right, where do we want to go? Radar off. All right, sorry about that. A nice little coughing fit. Okay, we're in the blocks. I'm just going through flap, slats, radar, transponder, transponder going to exponder. Maybe, there it is. Okay, exterior lights, APU, status, running, bleed on. And finally, APU, tail fuel, and we can kill the engines now. All right, beacons now off, seatbelts. Exterior lights, doors may be opened. And emergency lights. Okay, we're good to go. Let's chalk it. Get that jetway moving in. And there you have it. We are in Manila. There we go. Opening it up. Lights on high, cargo lights on. And let's take a look at this flight, shall we? Not sure what gate we're in at all. We'll find out later. Actually, I'll zoom in. Let's see. Actually, looks like gate 38. What I did is basically, let me pull charts up so you can see another feature. You can do this with some toolkit, Elevatech, probably Volanta, many tools out there. You can actually do this where say you land and all of a sudden they go exit at Romeo 1. Well, where the heck is Romeo 1? Zoom in, you can see it without having to go to the airport chart. Likewise, you can see we're at gate 38 here. Pretty neat little tool when you use it. All right, let me get some toolkit out of the way. I'm hoping we've got good news over here. All right, they got us at 469 feet. The way they were calling off, I kind of thought that. So, that kind of bummered. But we're in. That's all that matters. Why is it not clearing up, though? That is the question. We'll check it here in a minute. Anyway, Elevatech. They'll probably be pretty close to that one. I'm just going to keep it because it's going to be going beta here soon, so I want to kind of let them now do their fanfare, whatever they want to do. But on that tracking platform, oh wow, a lot more information now than before, but still kind of held up a little. But 495 at 147, good speed. Kind of lost it on the letting it descend a little. See, that's what I mean. It gets squirrely. And we hit a little hard, but actually not that bad. Okay, well, now let's bring in Sim Toolkit. Okay, you can back out a little bit and see pretty standard flight. The F-15 made it down to RPVB, and we're on the deck here, I believe. And again, see how I'm zooming in? You may not find your gate number here, but at least you got your taxi. Okay, let's complete. Okay. Details, details, details. All right, this is the standard stuff, 1,450 miles, 2,400, 500 kilos, 1.51. They were actually generous, gave us 396, and again, 147. Those are all great numbers to learn from, but I like learning from here. Oh my goodness. I really thought we landed, well, closer to here, but I would have thought maybe here. Oh well. Hey, we landed 771 feet down the runway on the center line at 8 feet. And overall, not bad. A little hard on the landing, but overall, not a bad landing at all. So, could have been a whole lot worse, as we all like to say. Yeah, I know. It says 742. I don't know why, because it's, oh well, anyway. All right, so there you have it, folks. Another flight in the bin behind us. And tomorrow we will be at it again. Let's take a look outside, see what we can see of Manila. Wow, that's actually not bad scenery. This is default, by the way. Not bad at all. All right, well, we're going to put a wrap on it, folks. I want to again thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike. I'm going to look to see if there is somebody we can raid. Hang on a second. I don't really see anyone. I thought maybe we'd have somebody by now, but we don't. Just double checking. Nope. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and put a wrap on it, folks. Put a bow and say, you know what? We had a great time on this flight. So again, y'all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. And we'll be back at it again tomorrow, you can guarantee. See you then. God bless you all. Have a fantastic rest of your Palm Sunday and Holy Week. God bless.